smart to give it to somebody else.
I give it to somebody else that would.
So Machiavellian too. Everybody else do your winning.
Exactly.
Depends on how you spin it, Fred.
Hey, that's how I work 10. That's my new motto.
Start calling him Prince.
That's right. He's the prince. He's the prince.
Well, we don't have anyone here yet, so.
How are you? I need one of them.
I got somebody, no, but you might, somebody dropped these off, so I threw a few in my refrigerator. Some vendor or something, they're like, we may need a little.
Pick me up today.
I was like, what is that? And I figured it out afterwards. When I first looked at it, I was like, what is that?
What's in this first one?
You know what it looks like.
No,
Sorry.
so Jenny sent me to Albertsons to pick up drinks, because we're the liaison for Lakewood.
Yeah.
So we were taking them, and they wanted Celsius, so I was picking those up. $23 a 12-pack. They're not getting those again. Anyways, but we were laughing, I was about to grab them some lemonade. It was the hard lemonade.
Good that you didn't do that.
I'm like, well, this on sale.
You have to be careful what section you're in.
Yeah.
I thought I was in the water section.
That's funny, my sister was telling a story about a friend of hers, and they had like some of that spiked sparkling water in their refrigerator, and every morning he was taking one with him in the drive on the way to work, thinking it was just water.
Was he drinking it?
Yes, and it was like 2 weeks, and he finally said, "Hey, we ran out of those waters that I like." And
I
she
like
goes-
them a lot.
She goes, "What?"
Awesome.
All right, here we go. I call this meeting of the Hurst-Euless-Bedford Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This time, the board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to, Section 551.074 to interview finalists to fill a board vacancy until next trustee election.
Thank you.
Hi, Ty.
Did you get my email?
There's Tommy.
I thought it went that way. This is year 11. We're about to start year 12. Yeah, isn't that funny? I love it. Yeah, send it to me. I'd love it.
All right, good evening to everybody. This meeting started at 3 o'clock, and we are reconvening from closed session at 6 o'clock. And we are going to start this part of the meeting with an invocation from Jay Fannin from Shady Oaks Baptist Church.
Let's pray. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for just the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm grateful for the opportunity to partner with the HEB School District. I'm grateful for the opportunity that Shady Oaks Baptist Church has to partner with Shady Oaks Elementary School, and for the opportunity we have to partner in helping this community get better and stronger. Lord, I pray for this meeting tonight. I pray that what goes forward in it, and I pray that you would just bless all of it. I pray, Lord, that you would be a part of what we do here, and that you would just be a part of this meeting. May we be led by you. Father, we thank you again for your son, Jesus, and for what it means to all of us and what it can be. We praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Fannin. Next, we're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance, which tonight will be led by Edwin Cruz and McGuire Rochman from Shady Oaks Elementary. Sorry if I got your name wrong.
Right up here, guys, right in the middle.
Just need to come right here to the center. We got the American flag over here and the Texas flag over here, and we'll just follow you. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, guys, if you'll stay up here for just a minute, we have some certificates for you, and Ms. Cole's going to tell everyone a little bit about you.
All right, so I'm going to start with Edwin. Edwin, raise your hand. Okay. Edwin has been at Shady Oaks since pre-K. He is a 6th grader who is outgoing and energetic. He's a bright student and a wonderful soccer player. He has excelled in the bilingual and Quest programs, and he has a great sense of humor and is a great friend. McGuire is a leader among his peers. He is a 6th grader at Shady Oaks Elementary and always has a positive attitude and a helping hand for anyone he comes across. He is an extremely hard worker who shows innovative and responsibility inside and outside the classroom.
Thank you, Edwin and McGuire. Yeah. All right. Tonight, the Board of Trustees is meeting in its regularly scheduled monthly meeting to officially act on the items included on the posted agenda. The Board welcomes and appreciates comments and input from the community. Open forum is provided at each meeting to allow the public to address the Board. There will be 2 open forums tonight. Open forum number 1 is to hear requests regarding agenda items only. Open forum number 2 is to hear requests or make comments regarding non-agenda items and will be heard at the end of the meeting. Those addressing the Board are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes per meeting. The speaker should identify his or her name, group affiliation, if any, and make a brief presentation with an identified solution if one is sought. Remarks should be addressed to the Board as a whole. Oral presentations may not include charges against any employee or board member by name. It is my responsibility to determine if the person addressing the Board has attempted to resolve a concern informally or through the district's complaint policies. If not, the speaker will be directed to follow the appropriate policy. The Board requests that all presentations be made in a courteous, respectful, and professional manner and asks that speakers monitor their own behavior. If you wish to speak during one of the open forums, please fill out one of the cards located on the table in the entry hall. All right, next we're going to review the Board activity chart. And I will start with Ms. Dawn Jordan.
Well, thank you. I'm sure all that I'm going to say is something that everyone has on their list to say, but I attended the HEB Chamber Luncheon where Dr. Harrington gave the state of the district. I also attended the Board Ambassador graduation and the wonderful employee celebration banquet that we had this past Friday. And everything was wonderful, and I just am grateful to be able to attend such awesome events.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cole?
Yeah, I won't mention the same ones that Ms. Wells did, but I also had the opportunity to read to a couple of classes at Bel Air Elementary. I attended the Six Stones Liga Championship games tournament at Pennington Field. I wanted to say a special thank you to Six Stones and to Mike Fielder for getting a lot of sponsors there that evening. I attended the Adopt a School reception, where all of our campus and district adopters were recognized for supporting this district. And as I've said a million times before, in public education in Texas, we can't do it without the support of this community. And for that event, I want to say a special thanks to the student ambassadors who spoke that evening, and to Mariana Royer for putting that together. Mr. Ramiro and I attended a special event held a couple weekends ago. Representative Salman Boujani hosted an interfaith iftar dinner, which was a way to break the fast of Ramadan. And he invited officials and from across the district. There were 40 elected officials there, and there were 8 religious organizations represented, and it was a fantastic, very diverse, just very wonderful evening. I attended the NTHS, National Technical Honor Society induction at the Buinger, and Deborah Harvey and Lisa Carr and all of those teachers and students did an outstanding job. The PTA 60th anniversary event was last week. 60 years of Council of PTAs in HBISD. We are so fortunate to have so many wonderful PTA leaders in this district, and they put on a great event. And as the president of the North Texas Area Association of School Boards, I helped host an event at Birdville ISD last week. And we had 2 members of the State Board of Education, Pat Hardy and Pam Little, gave us an update and spoke to us about some things that we can be advocating for in the upcoming session. And there's more, but that's enough.
Mr. Campos?
So not to repeat anything that our previous board members have said, this is the time of year that us trustees, we try to go out and cheer from so many different angles of our community. A couple things that I did that weren't mentioned on the list so far. Got to see the Bell Art Show. Let me tell you, I wish I could draw. I wish I could paint. Those kids did an awesome job. Some really, really good stuff there. Had an opportunity to attend the Latter-day Teacher Appreciation. It is just so neat to see different elements of our community that are appreciating teachers and honoring them. Thought that was excellent. Attended the candidate forum. Had our last Trojan Talk. And it seems this time around that I've really gotten to know the kids. Community members, if you have an opportunity, please sign up. It's where community members, anybody can basically volunteer and be in a classroom once a month. It was excellent. They did a video thanking my wife for a lot of the food that was provided this year. I thought it was really nice. This year especially, I just really got to know most of our kiddos. Attended Communities in Schools. I am always so honored to see the counselors that are committed to our kids and what they do for our kids. It's just amazing. And then last but not least, I was heartbroken to not be at the employee banquet. But I went down to Austin on Friday and Saturday, and it was my very first LAC, which is the Legislative Advisor Council. I was one of 105 school board trustees that are getting together in a room twice a year and really homing in on what we want our legislators to do. It's one of 2 meetings, and we've really narrowed it down, and I'm very, very excited. Great opportunity to really help influence our folks down in Austin to try to help us here in public schools.
That's a lot of great events that everyone's attended. I guess the only couple things that I have on my list that I haven't heard already is I got invited to be judge at the LD Bell. I guess it'll be an annual chili cook-off now. That's what we're going for. So I got to do that a little over a week ago on a Saturday. And I also got to stop by the Suzuki Strings concert on that they were having. I went to the one on Saturday. And it's just great to see just that the LD Bell Auditorium just packed full of students and parents, because in that program, parents are so involved with every step of the way. And I got to see Mr. Brown's kids, and it was a lot of fun. So, all right, let's see, Dr. Harrington.
Yeah, I just have one reminder, really. We have our Parent and Community Spring Listening Tour, Wednesday, 6:30 at Pat May. So anyone who would like to come out and join us, we are here to listen. So,
All right, any clarifications?
none at this time.
Okay. Well, I apologize ahead of time. I have to read the following announcement. We read through this every state. It's the board president's announcement on board training. Under State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each board member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as part of the first anniversary date of the trustee's election or appointment or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas for the board member continuing education. 1, local district orientation. 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code. 3, post-legislative update in Texas Education Code. 4, team building. 5, additional continuing education. 6, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. 7, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. And 8, school safety. To the extent applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion of or deficiency as to the required training. For members who still have time remaining to complete required training, I will announce those board members who have scheduled timely training and those who have not yet scheduled the training. At the conclusion of this announcement, I will announce any board members' training in excess of the continuing education requirements. Local district orientation. No new board members were required to complete the local district orientation training for the time period covered by this announcement. Orientation to the Texas Education Code. No new board members were required to complete orientation to the Texas Education Code training for the time period covered by this announcement. Post-legislative update to the Education Code. No board members were required to complete the post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code training for the time period covered by this announcement. The following board members have completed the annual team building training: Chris Brown, Fred Campos, Andy Cargile, Julie Cole, Don Jordan Wells, Matt Romero. Additional continuing education. The following board members have completed the additional continuing education requirements: Chris Brown, Fred Campos, Andy Cargile, Julie Cole, Don Jordan Wells, Matt Romero. Evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. The following board members have completed the biennial training on evaluating student academic performance and setting goals: Chris Brown, Fred Campos, Andy Cargile, Julie Cole, Don Jordan Wells, Matt Romero. Identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. The following board members have completed the biennial training on identifying and reporting abuse and trafficking: Chris Brown, Fred Campos, Andy Cargile, Julie Cole, Don Jordan Wells, Matt Romero. One more page. The following board members have completed biennial training on school safety: Chris Brown, Fred Campos, Andy Cargile, Julie Cole, Don Jordan Wells, Matt Romero. Exceeding required continuing education. Board member Chris Brown exceeded the required amounts of continuing education training by 2.5 additional hours. Board member Fred Campos exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 15.5 additional hours. Board member Andy Cargile exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 10.5 additional hours. Board member Julie Cole exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 33.75 additional hours. Let's keep going up. Board member Don Jordan Wells exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 12 additional hours. Board member Matt Romero exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 17.75 additional hours. All right, that is that. I'd like to say a quick thanks to our greeters this evening. You may have noticed 2 students in green blazers as you enter tonight. These students are part of the HEB ISD Student Ambassador Program, which is a select group of students chosen through an application and interview process to be the face of the district. They are trained to assist with public relations and communication services and are given the opportunity to positively promote HEB ISD while developing leadership skills. Tonight we have Ian Baez Matos, a senior at Trinity, and Emma Kennedy, a junior at LD Bell. We have been using this opportunity to hear the voice of our district students by asking the ambassadors a question. This month we are asking, confidence is the belief in your own abilities. It develops and grows through preparation, practice, and personal achievement. How has your time as a student ambassador helped you build confidence, and how will that help you in your plans after high school?
Well, I think it's exactly like you said. Confidence is the assurance in one's own abilities and also in one's own weaknesses. But I feel that being part of the Student Ambassador Program and the skills I've gained through it have translated to much, if not all, other aspects of my life. I can say first and foremost that as a performer, part of Trinity's Harmony Show Choir and a cappella choir, being confident in one, that I know the notes that I'm singing and that I'm singing them properly, and just being confident that I'm a good performer. And just recently, Trinity IB Art had their art show, being confident in the pieces that I've made and that the message that they have, and that I'm confident enough to be able to show that to the rest of the people there. I believe that confidence definitely goes a long way, especially in the future. Currently with my plans is becoming an educator myself later on. Being confident is also, being a leader. Being a student ambassador has allowed me to be a guide, whether it be at the events, whether that's holding the door for someone or guiding them with information on where they need to be. That sort of thing also applies to being a teacher, knowing the information that you want to teach, knowing how to teach it. So I believe that being a student ambassador and allowing myself to develop that confidence has definitely been fundamental in my growth over these past couple of years. Thank you.
Confidence is something that I've had to experience in every part of my life. So I am passionate in many different things and many different organizations at my school, but currently those include theater and drill team. I serve as the first lieutenant of my drill team, and I am the first junior to serve as the first lieutenant or any officer position for my drill team. And confidence has gotten me a very long way. I've had a lot of people in my life, build me up, but I've also had people tear me down. And something that I've learned growing up is that it's important to be confident within yourself, because ultimately that is what is going to get you the furthest. Currently, my plans after high school are to major in social work. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to do it in a healthcare setting or an education setting, but ultimately, my goal is to be a social worker who can help kids know that someone is on their side and be a person for them to lean on during times of hardship. And part of confidence is knowing that I can help those kids and that I can be the right person for them and that I can be a trusted adult. So as I have grown up and as I have gotten stronger with myself and the other a multitude of things that I'm passionate about, I've learned that confidence can really take you a long way, and if you have confidence on your side, then really anything is possible. It leads to a multitude of opportunities. One way Student Ambassadors has allowed me to show this is by getting to meet with a lot of different people, whether this was at our retreat or we went to the Fosse education program at West Hurst now, and there's a lot of things that we've gone and done and groups of people that we've talked to, but I think my favorite part is that I get to work with groups of people who are meeting kids and get to see the hope for the future that we provide, and it's a very impactful organization that I get to be a part of, and I'm honored to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you for those great answers, Ian and Emma. You can see why we're so proud of this program and why we're so proud of the things that our students are doing here in HEBISD. So thank you for being here tonight. Next, we are going to be having a dedication to a board member. Ms. Cole.
Okay. This evening, we want to make this special dedication. This board wanted to find a way to honor our friend and former board colleague, Rochelle Ross, in a way that would be lasting, but most of all, representative, thank you, of who Rochelle was and what she meant to us and our school district. Anybody that knew Rochelle knew how much she loved serving on this board, because she told you all the time. She told us all the time. You probably heard her say it. Being on the school board was one of the best things that has happened in my life. She said it over and over again. She said it much better than I just did, but she did say that.
And at every event, it felt like every event, every school visit, even at the meetings, she would say, I love this, or this is my favorite event. I don't know how every event was her favorite event or how everything was her favorite thing, but it was, and she meant it. She meant it in her soul. But we knew that truly one of her favorite things was to read to our littles. She loved it. If she could have done it every day, she would have done it every day. But she did have a life to live, and so she couldn't do it every day. But she loved being invited into our classrooms all across the district so that she could see the faces of our students as she read them a book. She loved every minute of it, and she loved every one of them. So tonight, we want to present Tommy, her husband, with copies of 3 special books, and these 3 books will be, a copy of each of these books will be placed in the library at all 21 of our elementary schools. So we, this board, with the help of Kira Elledge, our coordinator of STEM and school libraries, we found 3 books that we think speak to what Rochelle brought to our board, to our district, and to our community. She brought joy. So this one is called The Happy Book and Other Feelings by Andy Rash. This one is called The Little Book of Joy. It's by His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Archbishop Desmond Tutu. And this one, This Joy by Shelley Johannes. So each one of these books on the front is inscribed. It says, this book placed in memory of Rochelle Ross, HEB ISD Board of Trustees, 2017 to 2024. Each one of them is inscribed on the front. On the inside is a picture of our beautiful Rochelle. And it says, this book is placed in HEB ISD libraries in memory of Rochelle Ross, trustee for the HEB ISD School Board from 2017 to 2024. Rochelle brought happiness and joy to the board and to everyone in HEB ISD through her kindness and positive attitude. These are going in every one of our elementary schools, but we have a set of them for Tommy and the boys at home.
As I sit back there and listen to this beautiful presentation, my first thought was, oh, great, I get to follow that. And then my second thought was how fitting, because Mrs. Ross loved kids. And we're going to honor several of our students who were awarded the Texas Music Educators Association All-State. For any of you that don't know, this process begins with over 70,000 students in the state of Texas, and that's just a fraction of those. That's a fraction of those that accept the rigor to do this process. And out of that, less than 1,800 make it. That's 2.6% of the musicians in the state of Texas. And we would like to start, first of all, with our representative from the LD Bell Band, Zach Zudi, if you would come up, please, and be recognized. We'd also like to invite his director, Suzanne Dell, to come up for the picture. Many of you might have remembered this face from Convocation this year. Our next All-State band member is David Suarez from Trinity High School. And we'd also like to welcome his director, Chris Kanicki. Next, we have two All-State members from the Trinity Choir. This is Isaiah Ariano and his director, Lance Newman. Our next All-State member from Trinity High School, and I double-checked on how to say this last name, and I don't think I'll ever forget it because her dad said Magana rhymes with lasagna. So Eva Magana. We have two members from the LD Bell Orchestra. First, we'd like to recognize Victoria Fawn and her director, Allison King. Very good. And last but not least, I know the plaque says Madeline Skidmore, but I've gotten to know these amazing kids over the year. Rose Skidmore, if you will come up with Allison King.
All right, congratulations to all the All-Staters. As I've said in these presentations before, you know that if you're All-State in Texas, that puts you at the very, very top of all student performers in the entire country. So we're very proud of you and congratulations. All right. Next, we're going to hear about the Texas High School Wrestling Coaches Association Hall of Fame and State Qualifying Wrestler Recognition. Mr. Fielder.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good evening. It's always a great moment when we get the opportunity to celebrate our programs and our athletes and our coaches. And tonight we get to celebrate all three. So, to begin, we have a wrestling coach, Coach Clark. He has been at Trinity High School for 10 years. He has he led the program to the 2020 Girls UIL 6A State Championship. In 22 and 23, he led the girls to the 6A Dual State Championship. He's had 81 boys and girls state qualifiers in his 10 years here at Trinity High School, a 9-time boys and girls district champ, and back on February the 17th, Coach Clark was inducted into the Texas High School Wrestling Coaches Association Hall of Honor prior to the finals of the state wrestling championship. So Coach Clark, congratulations, and show us your plaque here.
Let's take a picture with that one.
Stay close. All righty. We also have some boys and girls state qualifiers and state finalists and alternates. Cade Crawford, senior. Cade. Cade was a high school All-American and had a 41-17 record. Okay. Muhammad Farah, a junior, and he was an alternate at the state tournament and had a 28-14 record. Now we have, on the girls' side, we have a state qualifier, Pauline Himuli. How close was I? Pauline is a senior and was 44-13. Also a qualifier is Jaden Prokosky Green. A sophomore with a 31-11 record. And then alternate Madeline Capitillo. Coach Clark, would you please tell us a little bit about the program, and particularly, really, I'm sure they're interested in what you have going with the little ones.
Okay. Awesome. Well, first off, I'd like to thank, the school board, HEB Athletic Department, Trinity High School for allowing us to come in and kind of showcase what these kids have been doing. Again, I've been here 10 years. I still remember my interview when I said I was going to come in and win championships and create, winners in life, not just the wrestling room, and I think that's pretty much what we've done. But, Coach said that, we have 82 state qualifiers. Well, in the 10 years, we have 22 state placers. We had 22 All-Americans. We've signed 17 kids to wrestle in college. We're about to sign 2 more with Cade and Grace here. So, we're starting to get the ball rolling. But on top of that, we've sent over 20 to the military. We have 2 that's actually flying airplanes now. And it's actually started to cycle back to where Coach Hollins actually was one of my first wrestlers when I took the job here, and she's now my assistant. So, and then we had another one who, year after her, I think, he's now the coach over at Plano East. So now these young athletes are coming back. They're starting to get back to the community, but through their devotion to the program and their volunteer, they are now actually helping me with the youth program. We have over 22 youth wrestlers, 5 years and up, that come to Trinity High School twice a week, about 90 minutes of practice, and we're really trying to get the feeder programs up and going. That way we can keep this cycle going. But yeah. Okay. So coaches, come up here. Okay, so Coach Hollins, it's her first year with us. Like I said, she was a high school All-American for me. She was a high school state placer. She was part of our state runner-up team back in 2017. She went off to wrestle at Emmanuel over in Georgia, came back, and is now teaching English at Trinity. Coach Chapin was a graduate at Arlington High School. He went off to wrestle at Wayland Baptist. It's also his first year. So, these 2 came in and, you know, those who've been around the program, you know, I had Coach Lyons for many years. So to have some young blood in here, and, you know, they bring a new mix. They're young, they're eager, they have a lot of energy, and that's been a real good balance to help the kids, you know, and myself overall. But hopefully we keep them for many years to come. We just keep kicking out, you know, more and more state placers and trying to open up those opportunities for these young kids.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we will be handing out certificates of appreciation to those who made donations in the previous month. The first certificate will be handed out by Board Secretary Julie Cole, and this certificate is to Malka Ahmet USA LLC for a donation to Donna Park Elementary in the amount of $709.50. The donation will be used to help purchase shirts for the Donna Park Elementary drama performance. The next certificate will be handed out to Philip Payblas for a donation to Bedford Junior High Gymnastics Department in the amount of $800. This was for an equipment donation of a pommel horse that will be used by Bedford Junior High Gymnastics Department. Ms. Harrell will accept the donation. The next certificate will be handed out by Board Member Don Jordan Wells. The certificate has been given to Tommy Ross, and John Adkins will be receiving one certificate for the two donations to the Keys High School, which are listed below in the amount of $5,000 to start the Rochelle Ross Keys High School Scholarship. There's a $4,000 donation that will cover the cost of the Rochelle Ross Keys High School Scholarship for 8 years. The $500 scholarship will be awarded yearly. And there's also a $1,000 donation that will cover the cost of the Rochelle Ross Keys High School Scholarship for 2 years. The $500 scholarship will be awarded yearly. Thank you, gentlemen. The next certificate will be handed out by Board Member Andy Cargile. This certificate is to Brackett and Ellis for a gift to PR and marketing. This donation was the amount of $1,000 to be used for the Better Together Employee Appreciation Program. Ms. Hollander will accept the certificate. Ms. Royer will accept it. And the next certificate is given to EECU for a donation to the PR and Marketing Department in the amount of $1,000. The donation will be used for Better Together Employee Appreciation Program. Ms. Royer will accept their certificate. And others. The next certificate will be given to RBFCU for a donation to the PR and Marketing Department in the amount of $1,000. The donation will be used for the Better Together Employee Appreciation Program. Did I skip one? Oh. All right. I skipped one. The next certificate will be presented to North Texas Adult and Child Counseling Center for a donation to PR and Marketing Department. The donation was $1,000, and the donation will be used for the Better Together Employee Appreciation Program. I'm sorry. I messed it up, Mr. Cargile. I apologize. We appreciate all those who have given donations. As you know, we can't do everything that we do in HEB ISD without the help of the community. The total for these donations for the month of, this would be the month of March, was $10,509.50. So thank you very much. This time the board's ready for open forum number 1. You have any cards? And just so everyone knows, if anyone has any cards and wants to be heard in open forum, they need to be given to Ms. Hollander there in the back. So. All right, so we are to the consent agenda. Does any board member have any items they'd like removed from the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, I will accept a motion.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve the consent agenda as presented. Please vote. And that motion passes. All right, we're ready for reports and presentations. Item 10.01, disbursements for the month of March 2024. Did anyone have any questions on disbursements? All right, 10.02, report on employment resignations and retirements. Any questions? All right, we're ready for Dr. Norgard, Math, Science, and Social Studies interim assessment reports.
Good evening. So 1 item, 2 reports. We're going to look first at mathematics because this is the second interim that we've taken in mathematics. You know that this is how we are tracking data towards our strategic plan success measures of meets and master's grade level. Just a reminder, this is our first year using interims. We will continue to study this. Here at interim 2, we are much closer to being all the way through a year of instruction. In the fall, a little more that we see a greater impact in the math area than ELA with what we have not taught because ELA spirals so much year after year. So when we look at the current grade level data, here is our 3rd grade performance. We do test in both English and Spanish. When you compare our English and Spanish performance to the performance we saw at Region 11, you see wide margins. We did have a question about what all districts are participating in the Region 11 data. We were not able to get a comprehensive list from Region 11, but by speaking to many assessment coordinators in the area, it does appear that most of our comparison districts are reflected in this data. At grade 4, we do have students testing in English and Spanish. You can see that we are double digits. Separated above the rest of the region, or the overall region comparison. In 5th grade, we have fewer and fewer students testing in Spanish. We only had 26 of our 5th graders testing in Spanish, so that is, as you've seen on many of these reports, that's where we start seeing a difference between our performance in the region. It's a very small group of students. So 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, all testing in English, so you have all of that on one slide for you with the approaches, meets, and masters. But again, very wide margins compared to Region 11. We're very anxious to see how this holds and continues that comparison when we get to STAR and EOC. Math is next week. And then our algebra performance. This includes both our advanced 8th graders testing in algebra and our on-level 9th graders testing in algebra. That's a combined group. So also compared to Region 11 with a combined group, really significant margins there. as we do tend to maybe a little more than we see, but that is where we see some of our largest margins to the region and the state is really with our Algebra 1 performance. So then in our student cohort data, we can see from where this group, where they were at third grade STAR last year, where they were at interim 1 and now interim 2. So we do see that growth. Again, both interims have potentially the full year's worth of instruction. So we do expect interim 2 by the time they get further along. That will be part of our study when we receive our STAR and our EOC results and we look at correlations, because since there are 2 interims available in math and ELA, we want to be sure we're getting the best leverage. Maybe we just need interim 2 if it's more closely correlated, and what we were getting from interim 1 we may be able to get through. We have a lot of formative assessment that we do in the classroom without shutting down that day of instruction, so we will be looking at all of that. So for our current 5th graders, we have 2 years of STAR data for them, and we see their growth between interim 1 and interim 2 for this year. We see for our 6th graders, again, growth from interim 1 to interim 2. For our 7th graders, same thing, that interim 1 to interim 2, we saw strong growth. So we'll be looking at this closely if that is a data point that perhaps we actually have from our other data already. And then I don't track the cohort performance for grades 8 and 9 because that is when our groups start mixing. They were all together in the 7th grade data and then our advanced students, so it's a little more difficult to draw those cohort comparisons. Questions about math before we look at science and social studies? Okay. I will tell you, as we're getting the science and social studies pulled up, because these are not tested at every grade, we don't have the same cohort data, and they are only tested once on interims. That was not our choice. That is what's available from the state. So much shorter slides here, but still looking at our meets and masters as that aligns to our strategic plan, and just some reminders that the cohort data is not available in these subjects. So when we look at science tests in 5th, 8th, and biology. 5th grade, we are still having students test in both English and Spanish. Actually in science, unlike the other areas where in 5th grade, Spanish was where we dipped slightly below the region. Our students testing in Spanish in the area of science are holding even or a little above. Our monolingual students are performing very well. Our 8th grade science, well above the Region 11 comparison, as well as our biology. So those are our science. When we look at social studies, they test in 8th grade for U.S. history and 11th grade for EOC. So 8th grade, you see our performance there, and 11th grade as well. 11th grade, the margins are smaller. That's still actually rather significant when we're looking at around a 10-point gain, but when we've been looking at other things, close to 20. U.S. history, as you probably recall, in general, when we get to the EOC exam and we look at our comparison districts, when everybody it approaches is up there in the 90s, there's less separation among districts in general on the U.S. history EOC. So it kind of follows that same trend of what we would expect, that comparisons are closer in that area. Any questions?
Any questions on this report? I think we're good. Thank you, Dr. Norgard. Item 10.04, Care and Recovery Environment Program.
Good evening. I am very excited to speak with you tonight about a possible opportunity for us, the CARE program. And I want to first give credit for this information to Patricia Demery in our special education department. This idea came out of conversations with some of us on the executive leadership team, along with Ms. Demery and Ms. Reek and Joey Martinack, our pre-K coordinator, as we were discussing what can we do to help our youngest learners who are struggling with behavior. This ties to Goal 4, Safe, Healthy, and Nurturing Schools, and I think it's worth reading that goal. The district will provide and maintain safe, healthy, and nurturing environments conducive to learning, which will enable students to think critically and act responsibly. Stands for Calming and Recovery Environment, and it think of it as just a fundamental shift in ISS, from ISS to teaching kids replacement behaviors. Instead of a place of punishment, it's a place where students are active participants in learning self-regulatory skills. It's brain compatible, it's a skill building room inspired by conscious discipline, which we use all over the district. So I wanted to share this data. I thought this was very interesting data. All the grade levels, pre-K through 12, are represented in that pie chart. And out of 172 behavior specialist requests this year, you can see the percentage that are coming from pre-kindergarten and kindergarten classrooms, almost half. And so that's why we initially began the discussion. What can we do? How can we help this? How can we help our students? And how can we help our teachers? So we talked about this concept that Ms. Demery brought to us that she was familiar with called the care room. It's a classroom setting where students, again, are coached to self-regulate and solve conflicts in the moment. And most often the care room is for prevention purposes. We'll get into the two different groups of students in a moment that can come to the care room, but again, it's utilizing specific conscious discipline skills. Group 1, these would be scheduled daily student visits identified by disciplinary referrals from this school year going into next school year. This would be a 15 to 20 minute group daily where the students would have a focus activity, a 10-minute social skills lesson, and then a review and a return to the classroom. So just a daily checkup, if you will, reminder of the conscious discipline skills. Group 2 would be that student who's needing to actively calm in the moment. So they would be sent to the care room by an adult to get help. And in the care room, they would have a safe space. They would actually choose, I think there's 3 spaces. They identify when they're ready to talk. They are talked through, coached through the 5 steps to self-regulation. They complete a care problem-solving sheet. Of course, if they're little bitty, they have help doing that. They're taught, they practice and review the alternative behavior and then return to class with the goal being to get them back into class when they're ready. That might be 20 minutes, it might be 4 hours, it might be the rest of the day. But again, it is not punitive. It is not a disciplinary setting. It is meant to coach and teach and help them to regulate and understand those big feelings that they're having. There's some of some pictures what this looks like, some activities that they're taken through. And the 5 steps to regulation you can see there on that sheet. They start with I am, I calm, I feel, I choose, and I solve. So they work through this when they're ready, of course, not initially when they come in. They might be too escalated, but when they calm down. Each student that visits the care room will have a folder to record their care room visit and to collect completed social skills lessons. And I came across this quote in doing some research, and I thought this just says it perfectly, from Linda Darling Hammond. When schools put in place an educative and restorative approach to discipline and teach students social and emotional skills, such as how to resolve conflicts and relate well to others, evidence shows that incident rates plummet and schools become safer. This is far preferable to a focus on exclusionary and punitive discipline practices that disrupt students' academic progress and cause students to become more disconnected, alienated, and angry. And I just love this quote, and I just get excited about it because I believe it so much. And I believe it's our place in the elementary school to teach this. So the proposal is for a pilot program for next school year. It would require 1 teacher and 1 assistant per care room. Each campus currently already has a behavior assistant, so it would be a teacher for each of these 5 campuses. These 5 campuses were identified by discipline data, so that data you saw earlier, we looked at which schools were making the most requests for behavior specialists and also having the most discipline referrals. So it was Arbor Creek, Bell Manor, Midway Park, North Euless, and Oakwood Terrace. before I get into this slide, I think it's important to say, we all understand in this room and across this district the state of funding. We really do. And it's not a great time to ask. I totally understand that. But I also think, yes, can we afford to do it? But I'm not sure we can afford not to do it because this has such an impact, could have such an impact on our classrooms. And it really ties in. I wanted to share section 37.0013 of the Texas Education Code about a positive behavior program because this explains the CARE program really. Each school district and open enrollment charter school may develop and implement a program that provides a disciplinary alternative for a student enrolled in a grade level below grade 3. The program must be age appropriate and research based, provide models for positive behavior, promote a positive school environment, provide alternative disciplinary courses of action that do not rely on the use of in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, or placement in a DAEP. And also, the program needs to include a positive behavioral intervention and support, trauma-informed practices, social and emotional learning, a referral for services as necessary, and restorative practices. And you probably know there's no suspending students under grade 3, per the Texas Education Code, and I actually support that. I don't think we need to be sending those students home. We need to keep them at school, and we need to teach them replacement behaviors. Again, Linda Darling Hammond, she's just a bright lady, has some great quotes. When we help students to engage productively with one another, understand themselves and how they think, and better handle the stresses and challenges in their lives, we prepare them for success now and in the future. I want to go back because I just went past the budget. I talked about it and then rolled past it. There's the cost, the initial cost it would be to implement this in 5 classrooms, including the teacher salaries. Of course, salaries are always the most expensive part of a budget. And then there is a week-long training in Houston in June that we would need to send these folks to, and then the actual setting up of the care room and the supplies. So that's the total cost. Any questions?
Does anybody have any questions?
So Darla, if this is going to be a pilot program at 5 campuses, what are you going to use to evaluate whether this is working or not in order to determine whether we continue it or roll it out to other campuses? How are we going to grade this?
Great question. We will collect data, of course, and we'll be studying the data to see, comparing the students' data this year that are visiting the care room with next year when they're receiving this help, overall discipline referrals at that campus. Yes, mostly it's our little people that are having the most struggles, but it's not only them. And the great thing about this is any age student in elementary school from pre-K to 6th grade could be helped by this. And so we will definitely be using the data to inform, is it working? Is it having the impact that we think?
And please let us know and bring it back to us and let us know how it's evaluated. Is the care room an actual room, or is it a part of a room that's being used for something else?
It is an actual room on its own.
Okay. Do we have room at all 5 of these campuses?
We do.
Free
Yes.
room? Okay.
And I suspect that with Ms. Reek involved, there are quite a few special ed students who will benefit from this, but that's not who it is only for, correct?
Correct. Any student can benefit from it, and my hope would be that maybe we could intervene with some of these little ones early, and they might end up not needing special services through special education for behavior.
Have you thought about some of the students and parents who are not at these 5 campuses? Do you anticipate anybody requesting a transfer or something like that to one of these campuses?
I hadn't thought of that exactly that way, Ms. Cole, but I guess it's possible. My hope would be that we can be using some of these practices inspired by conscious discipline at all of our campuses, whether we have this actual room or not, because these folks that would be trained along with Ms. Demery would then in turn offer some training so that anybody could benefit from learning how to handle kids in these situations.
Yeah, I can envision some skill sharing across
Yes.
campuses, even to the campuses that are not in this list.
Definitely. Any further questions?
See, I think it's something that you're right, that we do have to try. I mean, Dr. Harrington is, I know, mentioned to me many times that most of the troubles that we have are with the little ones. And, you know, having been around little ones who had some emotional issues and things like that, you know, back when I was doing foster care, you know, they don't always know how to take their temperature or how to cool themselves down. But getting that help, and the more they get to go to a space like this, I think the safer they'll feel in school and the easier it'll get. But I think it's also important to compare where you have the program to other schools that don't have the program, instead of just comparing schools
Yes.
with the program to how they were the previous year, because you don't know if there's other environmental issues going on that could be helping or hurting the situation. So I think it'd be good to kind of have a control group too that you're looking at. But overall, I think it's something that we need to try, and I think there'll be a big return on that investment if we're able to keep kids in class longer and help our teachers teach better, because they're not having to deal with that. One question is, if a kid is melting down in class, how do they get from class to the care room? Because they're
They
not
would-
always consolable at that point.
Yeah,
So.
probably an administrator or, yeah, Tricia, go ahead.
Come to the
Come up here.
microphone, though, so that people at home can hear you.
That's a great question. And the way that I've talked to some other schools that are already implementing the care room and have done it for multiple years, over 7 years now, and looking at their data and the progress that they've made over those years. And one of the things that they do is at the beginning of the year, they introduce every child to the care room. So every grade level is introduced from the very beginning, and they see what it's like and they see what they do there. So they understand whenever they're encouraged to go to the care room, they're not in trouble. They're not getting to go somewhere to be punished or to, because you're angry or upset. Your anger is a feeling that you feel, but what do we do with it once we feel it? And so they are going there proactively, even if they're melting down. When you say, let's go visit Miss Demery in the care room and practice those skills that we need to work on, they're excited to go there. I mean, they're not going to immediately go down and be, yes, let's go to the care room, but they're at least not there and are afraid. They're already used to it, seeing it. And it's a proactive approach. So we're not going to just go, oh, now you're upset, let's go. So they're going to be familiar with that ahead of time. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
One thing I can do, we will make sure that we define the measures of evaluation. And we'll include that in a Friday update. This will come as an updated staffing table, but we definitely will define those measures prior.
All right. Any more questions for Ms. Clark? All right. Thank you, Donna. All right. The administration has pulled item 10.05, the architect's update. So we're going to go down to 10.06, strategic plan update. Dr. Harrington.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have been hard at work on the update to the strategic plan. It's been a great exercise. I've said before, the last update, we really hadn't had a lot of conditions change, and therefore we didn't go through the full process. As we evaluated the conditions that we are in now, we went through a full update to the strategic plan. So as you can see, as we're working through the plan, we're almost complete in the actions that we needed to take. The last one we are working on is finishing up the glossary, and that was something that came about due to some of our last feedback programs that we did. So one of the pieces that you will be receiving is the update with the key actions. So the key actions have been developed. They are aligned to the goal. One of the things we added was the person responsible or the position responsible for carrying out the action, and we do feel like that will increase the accountability that those goals are obtained. So this is just an example. So you can see under quality indicator 2, We have key actions listed below, and so very specific. The first one, the Deputy Superintendent of Business Operations will collaborate with Director of Finance and Budget Coordinator to develop, deploy, and monitor a plan to ensure the district achieves the highest rating on the state financial accountability system. So they follow that pattern throughout the entire strategic plan. Stakeholder input. We were very busy in this last quarter, so again, we've updated the Board of Trustees, but we met with the DLIC, District Level Improvement Committee, campus leaders, district leaders, Professional Communications Committee, our PCC committee of our teachers, our PTA council, our students gave us feedback, student ambassadors, and our Education Foundation. So some of the stakeholder input, and we kind of glossary. So, we have a lot of words, RDA, and we're like, okay, that's results-driven accountability, and they're like, you haven't helped me yet. All right, so not only defining what the acronym is, but what is that, so people understand what is spelled out in the, and again, spell out the acronyms. So those were some of the feedback. On the second one, student success is more than just academic achievement. Appreciate the whole child perspective. Great idea that key actions have owners, and that's what I talked about earlier. Love learner-centered as it includes all learners, students, staff, family, and community. Safety focus for all is a great message. So those were some of the feedback that we received as we work through with those groups. So as we're wrapping this up, and so this has been most of the year, working on the update to the strategic plan. This Thursday, the executive leadership team has a work session, and this is revisions, final draft, and glossary finalized. So as you can see, by May 3rd, the final draft will be included in the Friday update. We'll then present it at the May 6th meeting, and we will ask the board to take action on the May 20th. Then we'll work on then the deployment and implementation of the new strategic plan. Any questions?
Any questions on the strategic plan?
All right, thank you.
All right, we're ready for action items. No items were pulled from the consent agenda, so 11.02, consider approval of Chapter 21 contracts. Ms. Tuttle?
All right, so we are bringing to you tonight 3 different categories of employees who will be receiving contracts that are Chapter 21 contracts. And so those include individuals that are required by the state to have certifications. Those include individuals that the district requires to have certifications, and then individuals who are not required to have certifications, but that the district deems should be on a Chapter 21 contract. Are there any questions?
Any questions on the Chapter 21 contracts? I'll accept a motion.
I move that the board approve the revised Chapter 21 contracts as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second that the board approve the revised Chapter 21 contracts as presented. Please vote. That motion passes. 11.03, consider approval of non-Chapter 21 contracts.
So when we talk about Chapter 21 and non-Chapter 21, we're referring to Texas Education Code. And so in statute, we also have non-Chapter 21 contracts that can be used for professional at-will employees, for example, and that is what is included on the list that you see here.
All right. Any questions on these contracts? I'll accept a motion.
I move that the board approve the non-Chapter 21 contracts as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve the non-Chapter 21 contracts as presented. Please vote. That motion passes. 11.05, consider approval of, 11.04, consider approval of update to the 2024-2025 employment dates of the school calendar.
All right, so we're back again with another revision to meet the needs of a couple departments who've needed to make some changes. And so 2 calendars have been updated, and we will get those out to employees that are affected once approval is given.
All right, any questions? I'll accept a motion.
I move the board approve the 2024-2025 revised employee dates as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve the 2024-2025 revised employment dates as presented. Please vote. That motion passes. 11.05, consider approval of CSP 24-04 job order contracting general construction reissue. Mr. Kerbo.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Harrington, thank you for the opportunity to present this item to you. As you recall, way back in February of 2023, the board authorized us to enter into a managed job order contracting program. And in doing so, we named Gordian as our job order manager, who does much of this work for us. That was phase one, because we had a number of projects that were in need of immediate work, and job order contracting was the most efficient way to get those projects done. Today, we've got 10 projects either completed or in some state of completion, so including one that's on the agenda for tonight, so later on down the road. But phase two now is for us to administer our own job order contract, and we did this. We issued this competitive seal proposal solicitation, and a number of folks responded. We had 23 respond. This is a very good response for this type of contract. And after we completed all of our evaluations, the administration's recommending that we name 6 contractors as primary and 4 as secondary. And the reason we want to arrange it this way is if for any reason, if one of the contractors that are deemed primary would need to bow out of the program for whatever reason, they don't have enough force, or they don't feel like they're utilized enough, then we'd have a number of other contractors ready to move into those positions where we wouldn't have to come back to the board or administer another job order contract solicitation.
All right, are there any questions? All right. I'll accept a motion.
I move the board approve the CSP 24-04 for job order contracting, general contract as authorizing the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with Gordon as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve CSP 24-04 for job order contracting, general construction, and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with Gordian as presented. Please vote. That motion passes. 11.06, consider approval of project assignment for renovation to 1701 West Hurst Boulevard, Euless, Texas.
Okay. Before I present this item, I would like to point out or recognize Will Leisure. He is our Gordian job order contract manager, and he's here with us tonight. He's done a tremendous job leading us out in this direction. This item here is to recommend that the project for the 1701 West Hurst Boulevard project be assigned to Core Construction as part of the Keys High School and the programs at Few Center being relocated. This all ties in together, and we feel like this is the most efficient way to accomplish this project. Provisions in the statute allow for us to do this, and so we're recommending that Core be assigned the project, and they will work up a opinion of probable cost and a budget for this proposal, and that will be brought back to you at a later date. But this assigns this project to CORE.
Who's our architect on this project?
Huckabee.
Huckabee. Okay, so you'll be working in Huckabee through this whole thing, checking prices and
Correct,
all
yeah.
that kind of stuff.
This is a better method of, it's really more than an opinion of probable cost. It'll be an actual budget because they'll filter that through their contractors and their market pricing. So they'll know exactly what the cost is going to be for these, each design item.
All right. Any other questions? I'll accept the motion.
I move the board approve assigning the project to renovate 1701 West Euless Boulevard to Core Construction as a change order to the contract awarded under RFQ 24-02 for construction manager at risk for replacement elementary campuses as presented.
Second. I have a motion and a second for the board to approve assigning the project to renovate 1701 West Euless Boulevard to Core Construction as a change order to the contract awarded under RFQ 24-02 for construction manager at risk for replacement elementary campuses as presented. Please vote. And that motion passes. 11.07, consider approval of instructional materials purchase, K through 12 science and CTE.
All right, so Dr. Johnson and I are here representing our coordinator of science and director of CTE, as they have been working with their teachers this year through the adoption process. You received a spreadsheet with 22 different quotes linked, and while I, as a math teacher, would tell you many times zero means nothing, according to place value, it does. So I gave one correction to you that you should have in your folder. A line item that should have had 160 licenses ended up being 16. So we did need to correct that adjustment for you in the science. But are there any questions at this time?
Any questions on the instructional materials? All right, I'll accept the motion.
I move the board approve the quotes from recommended vendors with the amended amount of $3,543,776.45 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second that the board approve the quotes from recommended vendors with the amended amount of $3,543,776.45 as presented. Please vote. That motion passes. 11.08, consider approval of change order number 2 to CSP 23-04 restroom and concession facilities at LD Bell and Trinity High Schools. You don't look like Josh Miner.
Thank the Lord. No, Josh got called away on to take care of a family situation, so I'm going to do my best to talk through these, even though Josh would be much better at answering any questions the board may have. So the restroom and concession, this one is to ask to change the contract days for the Juris contract on this project, to add days to each of those contracts. A Friday update was done on Friday that had all those details, but I will, like I say, Josh would be much better at answering these, but in his absence, I will try if we have any questions.
Any questions on this change order?
No, I do have Josh, I do have a question. Can you tell me the update on the lights and the covers at Bell High School, that they have to move the lights or hire the lights? Do you know, Dr. Harrington?
They have to move those poles, and so the plan is to finish the season and then move the poles, and then once the poles are moved, then the canopies will be put in place.
Is that the architect paying for this, or is this us paying for it?
It is a kind of 50-50. They are paying part of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions? I'll accept a motion.
I move the board approve change order 02 to CSP 23-04 restroom and concession facilities at LD Bell and Trinity High Schools with Joris General Contractors LLC as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve change orders 02 to CSP 23-04 restroom and concession facilities at LD Bell and Trinity High Schools with Juris General Contractors LLC as presented. Please vote. And that motion passes. 11.09, consider approval of 2100 Plaza Parkway electrical repairs.
Okay, again, this was Josh, but as you know, this is what Gary alluded to under a jock contract. We were hit by some copper thieves at the 2100 building a while back. We've been working through our insurance company and came out with a resolution. Insurance, we're going to use a jock contractor to repair the majority of what the electrical damage caused by the copper thieves. We did claim that on our insurance, and of course, they're gonna issue that. And like most insurance claims, as we work through that, if we get into it and there's other things discovered, we will go back to the insurance company, and they should cover all this less any deductible.
All right. Any questions on these repairs? I'll accept a motion.
I move the board approve the electrical repairs at 2100 Plaza Parkway to SBD Contracting Services under Sourcewell EZIQC contract number TXNT GC 101619 SDB as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve the electrical repairs to 2100 Plaza Boulevard to SBD Contracting Services under Sourcewell EZIQC contract number TXNTGC 101619 SDB as presented. Please vote. And that motion passes. All right, we're ready for open forum number 2. Thank you.
You got your time.
All right, the first speaker will be, I believe it's Aldo Zampetti. All right, they will put your time up on the clock, or up on the screen so that you can see it. You'll have 3 minutes.
Perfect.
All right.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your attention. Pardon my accent at first. I'm from Argentina, so talking in English, it's always a challenge. I'm one of the parents of one of the tennis team members on Trinity High School, a varsity player. They were actually playing divisionals, I think, at RTC today. And we were exposed at the project of the renovations that, from the get-go, we think that Trinity High School is going to look awesome. But we pinpoint some of the issues that we think we understand there might be with the tennis courts. I understand that at least the project that we were presented to was not the final project because the tennis court were moved around to different part of the land that HEB acquired. And the last, so we met the principal, and the principal pointed out that the last side, it was already settled and it was going to start construction soon, which is great. But we pinpoint the problem that from the place where the tennis court will be all the way to the locker room, it's going to be a distance at about 350 yards. Keep me on here, thank you. About 350 yards, which at the beginning doesn't sound, that crazy, but we were having some issues with that specifically because of safety. I don't know if anyone of you is a tennis player. I am not a good one, but I am one. And when you're playing tennis outside at summer, 110 degrees, and it's very hot, and you're playing on a concrete surface, the heat that you get it's way more than if you're playing soccer or football. Even if you're playing on artificial turf, it's always cooler than when you're playing tennis. This summer, at the beginning of the season in 2023 to 2024 year, they had to do about 30-minute break every 30 minutes in the locker rooms, to cool down and get the heat down. And that was one of the things that ringing a bell and say, hey, it is dangerous if you're going to be 350 yards away from locker rooms, because the kids will have to go back and forth like several times a day for that refresher. And we understand there's going to be a concessions and restroom stand which right next to it that is going to be shared with a baseball, which is great. That's awesome. But there's no room for the kids to store their stuff, sit on a bench, relax for 15, 20, 30 minutes, and cool down as appropriate during the summer. So that's pretty much what I want to point out. And in addition to that, during the past summer, me and my wife were collaborating with cool drinks and everything to help the kids to cool down while that was an issue. The temperature was an issue. But even with the short, currently I believe like a 50-yard walk, it was complicated for them sometimes to withstand the heat. I know my time is up, so thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Vi Nguyen. Vi Nguyen. Okay.
We'd hoped to have pictures of the space that we were talking about before we started. So I apologize. We understand that the land that's been being allotted for the new tennis courts, which we're excited about, is very far from where the activity center and the locker rooms are. We're concerned about that. We're glad to have the new tennis court space, but we're concerned about the distance. And currently, the tennis students have spectator shading. They have windbreaks right there. They have lighting, and they have the ease of being adjacent to the locker rooms and the equipment storage. That's great for them. Bell has the same. Most of the programs that are currently, most of the athletic programs have the same. We've taken the time to make sure that our requests are not crazy or out of whack. We want to make sure that we're not asking for anything a little bit too out of the norm. But the new site is far from where the kids will have the things. And what we're asking the board to consider a place where our kids can go when they are hot, if they're injured, if they are having heat stroke or otherwise impaired, if a visitor, a spectator, a guest from during a tournament from another campus can go if they are in need of medical attention. We're asking for not just shading, but maybe a structure where they can sit, cool down, be seen by a trainer without having to hobble 350 yards. While we're still in the planning stages for that, we thank the board for just having an opportunity to be a voice for not just the Trinity tennis students, but any of the other students that are that distance on the field there. Maybe they're a place for coaches' offices or like a team room or something that can be a shared facility that hold that purpose for all of us. And we are grateful that we can find a place that can serve us all, but have the time to bring this as a tennis family.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, we're ready for other business. 13.01, does any board member have any items that they would like to request be placed on future board agendas?
I'm not asking for it to be a board agenda, but for the record, Joe, you said that you would send a follow-up regarding this particular issue that was just presented. I'm sorry, regarding the tennis issue? Dr. Johnson. Yeah, okay. I got any thumbs up? Okay, thank you.
All right, 13.02, consider approval of designation of board delegate and alternate to TASB delegate assembly. It's that time of year where we have to assign a board delegate to go and speak for the board at the TASB conference. Last year, our delegate was Mr. Campos. The year before that, it was Don Jordan Wells, and the year before that, it was Rochelle Ross. So, me? Not this year, no.
It makes a lot of sense since Fred is serving on the LAC. For him, it's a natural progression to go from serving on the LAC to serving as the delegate.
Yeah.
So moved.
I have no objection to that.
All right. Would anybody like to be the alternate?
I can't because I'm on the board.
Nobody?
Be the alternate?
Is it in the summer one at San Antonio?
It's the TASB in the fall, which is also in San Antonio.
So it'll be in October, I think.
September.
Let me check my calendar.
Well, we have to decide tonight.
Yeah, you're the alternate.
Yeah, we'll put you down, and then if you can't do it, then we'll work it out. All right, I'll accept a motion.
I move the board approve to designate Fred Campos to serve as a delegate and Andy Cargile to serve as alternate to the TASB delegate assembly.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve to designate Fred Campos to serve as the delegate and Andy Cargile to serve as the alternate to the TASB delegate assembly. Please vote. And that motion passes. All right, consider approval of designation of board delegate to the Education Foundation. This past year, it has been Don Jordan Wells. Do you have interest in continuing in that role? Did anyone else have interest in it? Then I'll accept the motion.
I move the board approve to designate Don Jordan Wells to serve as the delegate to the Education Foundation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to approve to designate Don Jordan Wells to serve as the delegate to the Education Foundation. Please vote. That motion passes. Consider approval of selection of nominating committee for board officers. So, the first thing that we do before we choose board officers is we go around the dais and everyone has the opportunity to say whether or not they're interested in having an officer position for this upcoming year, so that when the committee is selected, they will know where the interest lies. So I'll start with Mr. Cargile.
I'll pass. What I would like to vote this year.
So that's part of the drawing. That's part of the process. After everybody says whether or not they have an interest
Different
in
than
being
last-
an officer,
different than
then
last
we
year.
have a conversation, yeah.
Yes, I'll serve wherever I'm asked to serve.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll serve wherever I'm asked to serve.
I'll serve wherever I'm asked to serve.
Me also. All right. So at this time, I'm going to ask Ty to go around or Dr. Harrington could do it too if she has to run the meeting. So everyone will draw one except for the board president. Oh. I don't know what's in there. Are those?
Needs to draw three.
Okay, just draw 3 names then. I don't know if those are just names or if they were.
No, she'd already prepared this.
Okay.
Your name is not.
Okay. All right. So Don Jordan Wells, Julie Cole, and Chris Brown. Yeah, so that is our officer selection committee. And I will ask Miss Cole to chair that committee as the sitting secretary. Okay. All right, and we will hear those nomination, or that slate nomination at the regular board meeting in May.
Okay. I just want to make sure because when we made some changes to this procedure when we changed our board operating procedures this time last year. And so one of the things that was missing before, we drew names for the committee, but there was not an opportunity prior to the committee meeting, other than us hearing each other. There wasn't an opportunity for anyone to say anything else that they wanted to say about, desires of what they'd like to see among the officers. And I just want to make sure that I have a clear understanding. Is that discussion taking place now or later?
Well, I did not see that in the procedure, but if that's part of it, then I think we'd need to do that now.
But I thought that was one. That's not what one means.
So the way Chris and I wrote this procedure, and maybe we need clarification in the procedure, but again, this is new. So we wanted to solicit interest, then give other board members, all board members, the opportunity to have discussion about if there's anything they want to see happen in the officers, or if they're leaning towards a particular thing or whatever. I don't know what that discussion would look like, but it didn't exist last year. So this would be the opportunity to have that discussion.
Like right now?
Like right now.
Okay, so that is what number one means on there.
Number one is solicit the interest, which we did. Those of us that are interested in.
It says serving in an officer position.
Right, we just did that.
So
When we all said, I'll serve in any capacity. So then following that, the discussion will take place. So let me see if that's written properly.
after the discussion is a subcommittee of 3 board members randomly selected.
Yeah.
So the
Followed by a discussion. There's the discussion right there. I guess we need to clarify that a little bit better.
Okay, the committee is actually picking the officers, correct?
Right, so they'll create the slate.
They recommend a slate, but if you don't agree with the slate, you can always offer an amendment to the slate.
Or run from the floor, somebody can run from the floor. That's what we just.
I'm running from everything.
Basically, but just running from the floor.
I understand, I understand, but the intention was to let anybody who had something to say it. If nobody has anything to say, we can move on.
It is a good question, because like, when we putting together the slate, we would have to find out if somebody's interested, or we just put it together.
That's why we went around and said whether or not we would be interested. But what we don't know is if somebody is really passionate about somebody else.
I got you.
We don't know that, unless there's discussion right now.
I like what you said. Everybody has agreed that we would. Did you agree? Yes, you did.
He said no.
He said yes, right?
No, he said no.
He's not doing anything.
No, he did not want to be.
No, too much fun.
I mean, the purpose behind this is really for the nominating committee not to get together and then call everybody else and say, what do you want
Right.
to serve as? Because then we've got a walking quorum problem.
Right.
So the purpose for putting this procedure in place was, if there's input to be given or to be heard, let this board hear it as a whole. If somebody wants to be president, they can raise their hand and say, I would really like to be considered as president. Or I'll serve wherever you all will have me. And that way, when the three of us get together as a nominating committee, we don't have additional discussion until we bring a slate of officers back to the board because we've solicited the input that we need.
Right.
So now the three people now know that the five of us, excluding Andy, will consider those five for those three positions, and then we'll bring a slate of officers back.
But then what do we do as a committee? What do we have to do? We still need to.
Yeah, we need
We'll
to
meet as a committee
figure
and
for the three spots.
create the slate.
And you'll tell us when that will be.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So to kick this off, to add a little bit of clarification for what I think you guys are saying on the new rules, I am 10 months away from retiring. I am not interested in being president.
There you go. That's good information for us to know.
That's the kind of thing we need to know in this discussion.
All right. But everyone else, so you don't want to be president, but the other two seats are fine with you?
That is correct.
Chris is anything, Julie's anything, I'm anything, and Don's anything.
Perfect.
So, okay.
Perfect to know.
Now, where does that go from here?
Then these three get together and come up with a slate.
We'll present.
But you don't have to vote for the slate if you don't want to, Andy. I know you feel like you have to vote for the slate.
Well, I didn't get to vote last year. Do I get to vote twice this year?
I don't understand what
get
that
to
means.
vote.
No, I didn't vote last year. They never called me.
No, no one's gonna call you.
I know, but I still didn't get to
No
vote.
one's gonna call anyone this time, right? It's not gonna happen. We're not gonna create a situation where we're talking to one another. So if you have something to say about how you feel about the officers, now's the time to say it.
It'd be
All
kind
we're gonna do is meet and.
of embarrassing.
I mean, say what you need to say.
So the three of y'all are gonna bring a slate to us, and that's what it's gonna be.
Or
you change it, amend, we'll have a discussion to amend it.
I'm good.
Okay.
All right, so that was the end of other business. So we are ready to adjourn to closed session. What do we have to do? Oh, okay, we have to make a motion for the nominating committee.
I move the board approve Julie Cole, Dawn Jordan Wells, and Chris Brown to participate on the board officer nominating committee.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second for the board to approve Julie Cole, Don Jordan Wells, and Chris Brown to participate on the board officer nominating committee. Please vote. And that motion passes. All right, so now to pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, the board will adjourn to closed session pursuant to sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.076.
Have that discussion now, you have it then, but you get to have that discussion both times.
All right, at this time, the board is reconvening into open session. I wanted to start off by thanking all of our applicants. Originally, we had 17 applicants, and we narrowed that down to 5 folks who we got to interview tonight. Those folks were John Began, Anson Jackson, Heather Peary, Becky Ewert, and Kara Markham. And we just want to take a moment before we ask for a motion just to thank everybody for all the work you do for our district in each of your roles as parents, as educators. We thank you so much for what you do. And that we also wanted to say that for those of you who don't get chosen tonight, that we haven't done this process in 12 years. The last time we did it, the 3 finalists who got interviewed were Don Jordan Wells, Julie Cole, and myself. And at that time, Don was selected, and Julie and I both got to run in the next election and got elected. So just if you don't get picked tonight, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily the end of the road. There's always opportunities for future campaigns and to earn your way onto the board that way. So having said that, I will open for a motion.
I move that the board appoint Becky Ewert to fill the vacancy in place 4 of the HEB ISD Board of Trustees.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the board to appoint Becky Ewert to place 4 in the HEB ISD Board of Trustees. Please vote. And that motion passes. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ms. Ewert, and we will be having our swearing in at the next work session on May 8th. Is that correct? We'll check the date. Yeah, on May 8th and May 6th? Okay.
But we have a work session before then, so you're welcome to come and hang out.
Yeah, so, and that is the work session.
Oh, the work session.
Yeah. All right, so congratulations again, and I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
I move that the board approve to adjourn the meeting.
We are adjourned.